Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mythical Rollers, a Twitch stream dedicated to the art of tabletop role-playing games. Whether you are a player, a DM, a writer, or a painter, or if you're not sure where you fit amongst any of those roles, or if there's one that's out there that I don't know about, you're still welcome here. Welcome to join in on the fun and enjoy the stories that we tell here. Um, a couple of quick announcements before we do jump into tonight's game. First of all, if you missed last night's Curse of Strahd, it's up on the VOD. Go check that out. Curse of Strahd, 6 hour long game with everybody in costume from DM to players. Heavy roleplay. Last night's game was intense. Um, I personally got a compliment about it today as being, quote, impressive, end quote, from some people that I know that watch things, that watch us sometimes, but they liked it so much they were watching it again, as it was definitely an on the edge of your seat game last night. So go check that out if you haven't seen it yet. Episode 1 is up on YouTube, because I think it's gone off of Twitch currently now, because we only have a limited amount of time it stays up on Twitch. And then episode 2 is up on Twitch for the video on demand, and it'll go onto YouTube within the next week or so. Um, Secondly, we are partners with a painting stream here on Twitch called Cephalopod Studios. If you're interested in miniature painting, terrain painting, definitely go check them out. Links are down below underneath Mythical Partners. They also have their own brand of paints that they sell, and a link to their store is down there as well. A few of us here at Mythical Rollers actually owned their paints. I personally bought their paints before Mythical Rollers was a thing, so before we were partners and friends, and I absolutely love them. They mix well. You don't have to cut them with water as you do other popular brands. Their colors are very vibrant, and they already come with agitators inside the little plastic bottles. And if you are an airbrusher, you can add those paints directly into your airbrush without any issues. Like it, they're they're just they're just really good paints. Um, and if you happen to pick up the Pink Dragon Pink, proceeds of that color are donated to BeTheMatch.org. That is a color that was specifically made because they painted a miniature for me, a personal one for me, and the color pinks that they had just weren't bright and vibrant enough, so they created a whole new pink, and yeah, just a really good group of people. It's literally family owned, small kind of establishment thing. Um, so yeah, just go check them out. If you have any questions about how to paint or how to get different colors, go jump in on their stream, ask them some questions. They are very good about answering those things. They've got 20 plus years of painting in addition to competition painting and winning some awards in painting. So definitely go check them out. Really great group of people. And then we have February, March, next month. There we go. Next month, March, we're going to be having one of our own players kind of step up and fill the Dungeon Master chair. If Fenris, you want to explain to everybody at home what your campaign is going to be about next month? Oh no, on mute, can't hear him. What? What is this bullshit? Ugh! Why is he on mute? Why can't we hear him? I can hear him. What is this trash? How can you not? Hang on a second. Can you all on Twitch hear the background wind sounds? No. Okay. That answers a lot of my questions then. Properties. No, this. Um, Headset needs to go to there and not there. That would be why. How about now?
Testing. Can they hear me?
Still no.
Hmm.
Oh, somebody said yes. Yes to which? Yes, I can hear him. Okay. Streaming is
Mm-hmm.
on audio track 4. Recording is 1, 2, and 3. Yes to. Yes to both. I can hear him and the wind in a bit. Okay, good. So, we don't need this.
Want
We
me
do
to
need this.
restate it all then while you're doing that?
Yeah, basically, that's what you're gonna have to do here. Yeah, sorry, bud.
All right. So the one shot I'm doing is called The Great Dragon Hunt, based on a video game, and it will be four party members that are coming together from the Duke's order to collect as many adventures as possible. These four are the chosen to lead the armies up the mountain and find this dragon that has been destroying villages all over the area. And they have to find it and do their best to kill it in whatever way they see fit.
Killing dragons! That's our one shot.
Mhm. Mhm.
Good luck, everybody! um, March 20th at 8, right? Correct?
Mhm.
Central Standard Time.
Yep.
So yeah, we just announced that in our Discord today. So if you're interested in joining our Discord to learn when the games are going to be and potentially join them, join our Discord. Link down below. And if you're curious about what sounds we're using, we use Sirenscape. Because Epic Games need Epic Sounds. And if you're curious about the sound set that we are using currently, that is also linked down below underneath the Rime of the Frostmaiden. I've got them all separated out. I think there's one more I have to do, which is for the Horde of the Dragon Queen, but otherwise, every other sound set that we use on the campaigns, as far as the modules are concerned, are all linked down below. So go check them out. That's it as far as announcements on our side. So let's go ahead and jump into tonight's episode of Rime of the Frostmaiden, chapter nothing anymore because we're off the beaten path. Episode Who Knows, because there's no path because of a blizzard swept in and there's just snow and white everywhere blinding us. So, let's have Thynar tell everybody what happened last time.
Oh, last time, man, that was a while ago. Let me pull my notes up. Mhm. Mhm. All right, somebody throw me a reminder when we started.
You woke up.
Woke up from what? Where were we? What were we doing?
Well,
Help me get on track.
we had a visit
The
with
I'm,
the.
I'm, I'm on 5 hours of sleep and a long work day. Help me out.
I'm feeling it. I had to make a run at 3:30 this morning. Uh, so the I believe it's the Forge Hammer had called us in to discuss our plans for helping the Oath Makers and determining what went down with the major battle. And we discovered the worm that they were dragging out of the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Did a little investigation into that. Started researching in a library the books. I believe I didn't witness it personally, but I believe there was a showdown between Fenris and Forge Hammer.
mhm.
Those any that help any?
Yes.
All right. So last time on Rime of the Frostmaiden, the party had woken up to kind of just in general come together and talk about what their game plan was from that moment on. You guys had turned in a list of requests. Were given a few days of downtime rest. A meeting with Forge Hammer was had where there was a immaculate feast, right? A local delicacy, something that is rare for these parts. Real meat of a dire ice wolf, which is huge. Took the entire most of the table section that you guys were at. Forge Hammer pretty much gave you guys a rundown of his battle plans. But before he did that, he made sure that everybody in the Battlehammer clan stopped talking shit about you all just because Thynar is with you. Um, Forgehammer believing in Ubak and the fact that the weapons and items made from Ubak's remains still are with you, he is giving Thynar the betterment of the doubt, right? He said that he first apologized for the Oathbreaker comment, um, and did have the some of the items procured for you. Thynar got Mithril Plate +1.
Mm-hmm.
Fenris received some scimitars +1. A couple other people, you know, Naval received a small box that, as long as one casing of ammunition was still within it, upon being closed and opened, 20 would be there. So, seemingly, excuse me, never-ending supply of ammunition. Um, Marcel received some components that he requested, as well as additional spellbook and notebook. And there was a tattered tome that was given to Kappa, where five sigils could be um, placed upon his shell to permanently increase his natural defense. However, that does require some sort of gem dust, but that wasn't yet really 100% looked into. Um, Forthammer basically said, we are sending a preliminary scout towards the Oathmaker clan. Before the armies themselves actually march, we're going to the other two clans to make sure they are safe, and if not, take charge of the clans. Make sure line of succession is followed, and follow proper procedure as far as actually sounding the drums of war. But first, wanted to try a diplomatic approach. as Forgehammer cannot believe that the Oathmakers would just willy-nilly attack. It is a far distance between the two clans, and it appears that the attack was burrowed under the ground for who knows how long it took for that to happen. Forgehammer basically gave you a 310 day, a 3 week, or a month in Faerun time period to figure something out as far as the Oathmaker clan is concerned. If all hope is lost, to help save as many innocents as possible, because he doesn't want dwarven blood spilled for nothing. And pretty much said, whatever we can do to help within reason, we will. And gave you guys some fairly powerful items and things. And then he requested some private time with Fenris, in which case they walked off towards what looked to be where they were going towards Heartforge. And you guys don't know what was talked about or transpired, but when Fenris came back, he was carrying a set of dark purple leather armor, presumably to which were Giselle's. Fenris wanted to go and have a quick spar, work out some things, and Forgehammer was like, I could spar. And a quote spar did take place, where Fenris, with a mighty cut, did about 20 some odd points of damage, and Forgehammer retaliated, KOing Fenris at one hit. And then you all did end up in the library proper, a large spherical library where space and gravity made no sense. Because as you walked into it, you weren't looking down at the tables so much as you were looking forward at the tables. And the whole out was behind and down below you. Getting to those tables, you talked to one librarian, but there were a total of 3, but only one spoke. And you all, they asked you what knowledge you were seeking, and you could each only have one piece of information. The artificer wanted to know more about his class and any helpful tricks of the trade. The rogue requested Spider Queen curses. Your druid was looking into the divine aspects of nature and how that can be used to better lift or heal the mind, body, and spirit. Your resident wizard was interested in enchanting wands, and your cleric just wanted a picture book.
Yeah.
Man.
A picture book. And so, with a crackle of laughter, the 3 wizened, white-haired, wrinkly old dwarven women seemed to vanish. And as you looked up, there they were in different places of the library, but they would look up and see you, and your minds were blown as to both of you were looking up, but from your perspective, wait, should you be it hurts your head to think about it. When they returned with the 5 tomes, one of them appeared to be a flesh-bound tome. That's where we ended, and that's where we will pick up. Is all right now. We've got your books here, you little lads. Let's see here. The Artificer book. Here you go. That ought to be fun. The healing of the mind, body, and spirit. Enchanting wands, very basic, level 1, because, beginner's guide kind of a situation. And for you, young dwarf, here's your picture book.
Cool.
And the the Spider Queen curse book, the potential curses that the Spider Queen herself can put out there, is in this particular tome. And she sets her wrinkly hand onto like this blackened with kind of like green pus skin like tome that is bound by a red like a red ribbon or something on it. And as she slides it over, she hands you all. She sets the books down like in front of you, but specifically to you, Fenris. She goes, "Now I did warn you to steel yourself, young man, because it could consume you. So undo the ribbon at your own peril."
Right. Yeah, I'll pick up the book and take the ribbon off.
Okay. Um, as you start to undo the ribbon itself, um, one of the first things you notice as soon as the ribbon is off, the book goes from like this to like this. It contains a shit ton of knowledge, and then you hear these just strange whispers in your mind.
That's just what I need. More whispers. Yeah, I'm gonna take my time reading through this
Okay, I
using my.
need you to make a wisdom saving throw. As you're doing
Yep.
that, um, is everybody else opening up their books, or what are you doing?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll open
Okay.
my book and I'll start reading.
Perfect.
Would I be able to hear the whispering, or is it only focused on
It's
Fenris?
you're. Nobody else hears the whispering.
Is this a
Okay.
charm effect?
That's a good question.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Bum 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 bum. Ba bum bum. I would consider it charmed. Yes.
Then I have advantage, which is very good.
All right. Thynar, you have a picture version of
Mm.
Step by Step Karma Sutra.
All right. I'm gonna move away a little bit.
And
Which
the
species?
the yes, exactly. The vision that you get as soon as you open it has already seared into your mind of a Luxodon and a Minotaur.
My face is as bright as my beard.
Yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
requested a picture book. They
That's
brought you a
yep.
picture book. hmm hmm
Lux it on in a minute. Oh,
Yep,
oh.
yep. Um, Marcel and Naval, I need you to both make Arcana checks.
All right.
And Kappa. Bum 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 bum. I need you to make a medicine check, please.
Ooh.
Excuse me.
Did you want us to tell you our roles?
I see yours, Kappa. I don't see where Marcel is in roll 20.
Okay.
So I don't see any rolls for Marcel. And Fenris with a 14.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not sure why I'm not in Mythical in the Rime of the Frostmaiden. Should I click on the launch game?
Yes.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Launch the game.
Alright.
However, this should have... Bum, 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 bum. Does it not? I guess it doesn't. Oh, well. Let's see. Fenris with a 14. Okay. Um... Fenris, as you are opening up the book and these whispers are getting louder and louder and louder, suddenly hear a... It's weird. It's kind of like a... It's kind of a clicking sound, but also strangely feminine and hypnotic and seductive, as you hear, "What do you want with my abilities? Oh, young one with shadow in your heart. I sense her through you."
Yeah.
She's close. Ever so close.
I'm gonna shut the book and see if it continues.
I need you to make a constitution save to see if you can. Hey, there's some arcana checks. An 8 for Marcel and a 10 for Naval. So Naval, the book that you were given
Mm-hmm.
as you're going through like the different formulas and things that are in it, just trying to gather any kind of, I don't know, like inspiration or something that you can apply to your own form of self-enchanting abilities, and it's it's just at a level just beyond your comprehension, um, and you should know it. You recognize a couple of the symbols. Some of them make sense, um, but you're like right on the edge, and then it vanishes from your mind. You're unable to make any sense of the information in front of you.
All right.
Um, Marcel, the book that you have, and you being the book nut that you are, you're fairly certain this was written by a worm. None of this
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
You're you're
Something
beginning
got to
to
it before me.
you're beginning to wonder if they gave you like the wrong book, except that like there are there are just minor glimpses of where you're like that's familiar somehow. Ugh. Like you're having an even harder time than Naval is, and you're the book guy.
Yeah. Now you see why the business didn't do so well.
Oh man.
That's fantastic. But strangely enough, for the rest of you, Kappa just page, 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 page. Before it's just woof, 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 woof. And he's not flipping the pages. They seem to just be turning themselves, and he's just quickly back and forth, 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 back and forth. Um, Kappa.
Yes,
Once a day, you can refer back to the knowledge that you have gained from this book to give yourself advantage on a medicine check in regards to healing in any way, shape, or form. Whether that is medicine check for somebody on the ground to pop them back up, or healing abilities through your cleaver. As the tome has given you some insights into a one of the many natural spirits of healing that are just in the world in and of itself. Um, but one in particular resonates with you because it's one that likes to eat, and as long as it's fed, it'll heal just about anything. So because of that, because of the resonance that you have with that particular one, you can have again once in a 24-hour period. So you can't wake up in the morning, sleep in the afternoon, and get it again. It's like a once a dawn kind of a situation.
Mhm.
Um, you have to call that before the roll. That's not something you can see the roll and then decide that you want to use it. You call it before you're making a roll, and then you'll have advantage on it.
Mm.
Fenris,
Hmm.
as
Hmm.
you attempt to close the book, you and only you see a very tiny spider come out of the book and embed itself into your flesh
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
before completely disappearing inside of you. There's no wound, there's no scar, there's no pain. Um, but the whispers are gone. Do you wish to learn anything from the book, or you still wish to close the book?
Whispers are gone.
The whispers
I'm
are gone.
going to read this book.
Okay. Give me an
And
investigation roll
all right,
with your bullshit cheater shit. Fucking cheat,
Wow.
17.
motherfucker. Bum 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Okay. So going through, kind of skimming through the book because first of all, it's creepy. It stinks. Just don't generally like it. You do learn about 3 curses. Most having to do. 2 of them having to do with transforming the individual, whoever is being cursed. One of them is being cursed into an Umber Hulk. And the other one is being cursed into an actual drow, where another race could be forced to change permanently into another drow. And the final curse that you learn about is a slavery curse. A curse where there's some sort of, usually there's some sort of spider mark on the person, which forces them to obey. Those are the 3 curses you learn about. You don't know how to do them. You don't understand that aspect of what you're reading. That's it's a level of gobbledygook that you're just not familiar with. But you do understand like the synopsis of it and what they can do.
So, like, I know if somebody has a specific mark or is acting a certain way, maybe, then they might have one of these curses on them, kind of thing.
Oh, the only one that has a visible representation is the slavery mark. The
Okay.
other 2 are once you're transformed into that, like short of high level or high strong magic than what you've ever currently felt to cure that or death to put them out of their misery kind of a thing. Like it's almost as if this is how like Umber Hulks and Drow were originally made, maybe. You know, there's just you're just not sure. Or if this is one
Okay.
of the ways that the Drow as a species was able to, you know, generate numbers. As with most long-term races, um, kids are rare due to the longevity of the race in and of itself. Young population is not it's not booming like the human race is. So um,
Hmm.
this could be another way of how they were able to bolster their ranks.
Right.
Well, I see some of you have. Well, at least, well, one of you seem to have really enjoyed their book. One of you is still the same color red as his beard. Some of you look confused, which, to be fair, is kind of, natural.
Yeah. I would suggest not giving this book to very many people, and I'm going to hand it back.
I did warn you plenty of times. It's not for me to withhold knowledge. Knowledge is just knowledge. It's up to the individual whether they are ready for the burden of knowledge. Some knowledge is a curse.
And she um, ties the ribbon back on it, and the book goes from this back to this. And she starts collecting all the books back. And
Is there anything else, young ones? Or
No,
have you learned enough for today?
I
Not as much as I would have liked to, but, you know, it can't be helped.
Well, perhaps it will help spark your imagination later.
I hope so. I didn't get anything from that.
I think I got something that'll be useful.
What'd you have, Steinar?
Oh, just like a book or a. You want to look at it? You can.
No. One book per
No.
person,
Oh,
and the books have already been gathered. If you wish to explain the book that you received, that is completely your prerogative.
I'm fine. I think we
Are
should.
you
We
sure?
should get going. I think, right? Do we have anything else to be doing right now?
I mean, your friend here asked you what was your book about. No? Okay.
I can tell you later if you really want to know.
Over a meal, maybe.
Hey, in private.
Not a
Maybe you can show him an example or something.
not a dinner worthy subject, eh?
I'll have
No?
some beef.
Anywho,
Yeah, we need to collect our things and head out, right?
Safe travels, young one. Safe travels.
thank you.
Thank you for the help.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Hopefully this knowledge doesn't prove too burdensome.
And they all go poof, 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 as they're now putting the books back.
Lovely. Lovely trio.
All right. Well, let's make our way out.
Can we find our way out?
Yeah, you guys can go exactly straight back the way you came.
Yep.
And as you are walking up, down the stair, it's confusing, but eventually you have to you get to the section of stairs where the doorway is down, and you have to figure out how to make that transition. But as soon as one of you puts a foot, then for you it's just walking straight. It's
Totally.
very disorientating.
Totally sounds like one of those paintings where all the stairs and stuff are sideways and everywhere.
Basically, yes, exactly,
Yeah.
100%.
Just lean forward as you take the first step, and then lean back, and you're good.
Yep.
Just lead with it.
It almost kind of pulls you in the right direction, kind of, as you pull up in other ways.
So,
All
what
right.
would you all like to do? Excuse me.
Have we decided when we're actually going to leave and start making our way?
I believe we
Does
just
it-
need to collect the tent and supplies that we need, and then we can
Aye.
leave whenever.
I also
Didn't
believe.
we get all that already?
Well, I also think the other thing we said is that we should leave at dawn so that
Right.
we have more daylight and more daytime, or just more day. I don't know if there's necessarily light with all that weather out there, but yeah, you guys know what I mean.
How long were we in the library?
You're not sure. There's no real way to tell time down here. There's no position of stars or sunlight to know. And you would know when you get lost in a book, time means nothing. Even a difficult book. It could be 20 minutes. It could have been 4 hours. You're just not sure.
When did we
We-
get in there? Do we recall? Was it more morning, after a meal? I mean, when we left to go into the library initially?
So you guys had a late breakfast, early lunch-ish meal with Forge Hammer. But then Forge Hammer and Fenris, they were gone for an hour or two. So that could have been noonish or one-ish if you want to like put, outside of game time, you want to put like a time to it, probably about one or so. And then there was the combat, which was
That only
over
took
in a
like 10
jiff,
minutes.
and
Like
12 seconds.
afternoon.
right,
Mhm.
and then you guys came into the library. So
Yeah.
I would say library is about 1:30 or 2, and then from
Okay.
there you're not sure. Um,
Okay.
because again,
Okay.
getting lost in books. I mean, the
Yeah.
only one who might have an idea is going to be Thynar because
Mhm.
he opened up his book and closed his book.
Um, we do need to find out if we're getting a dog sled or not, because we do need to travel quickly, and I don't know if we discussed that.
No, we haven't yet.
Mm.
So we might want to go see if we need to go get one ourselves, or if the
Probably.
battle
I feel
hammers are
like we
willing to give us
probably.
one.
I
I
think
feel
they've
like we.
given us a lot.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel like we probably have to find one ourselves. I like to think that that last interaction we had where we got some of those things are probably some of the last things we would get.
Hmm.
That's kind of the vibe I got, but who knows? But you could look
if
into
that's the
that. Yeah.
case, we might want to head up and head over to the place we went last time to get a dog sled and see if they have one available.
Mm.
Agreed. Do we have the tent yet, or were we getting that? I don't remember.
So the tent was in the large crate at the
So we
inside the
got it.
dining hall.
Mhm.
However, it's big. It's not something you would have carried
Mm.
around like inside here. Um, it probably would have been taken back to where you guys were sleeping,
Okay.
um, as opposed to making you guys like figure out who has what and where. Um, so the tent itself would be back at that chamber.
Okay.
Forge Hammer had mentioned that another member was going to be traveling with us from the
True.
clan. Have we
True.
met that individual yet?
No, not yet. Nope.
We
That
could
person
go
has
back
not made themselves
to
known.
we could go back to the dining hall and find out who this person is and if they're ready to go, and then head up and get the dog sled, pack all our stuff into it, and then find
Sure.
a place to sleep and head out in the morning.
Yeah, we'll want to have enough food and supplies for the journey as well.
Yeah.
We can get that here or in the morning, whatever we want.
Mm.
Kappa, did you salvage any of the dire wolf from lunch?
Oh, did I? We're set.
Okay.
Just trust me on that.
Thank you.
We're good.
It's about, if we're heading directly to my clan, around 10 days travel on foot. But that was before all this, stormy Ice Queen thing happened, so it could be maybe double that, and then with dogs, maybe half that again, so it could be just 10 to 20 days.
Hmm.
Sounds about right. It's
And
Even if
math.
we're lost as well.
we have about 30 days, correct, before the clan's army makes it to the Oathmakers.
Exactly.
Not a lot of head time.
No.
And I suggest we get to the dining hall, find out who's traveling with us, and start getting our supplies and packing it up so we can leave first thing in the morning.
Sounds like a plan.
Paul picks up his
Agreed.
hammer, holds it forward, and says, "To the dining hall."
You heard him.
And I I
Okay.
start walking to where I remember the dining hall to be.
Aye.
I'll
The
follow.
Great Hall is easy to get to, as there's still a lot of hubbub. Um, Again, as you guys are walking through the hallways, prior to this invasion, nobody was armed. After the invasion, there are people with weapons and armor everywhere. Um, you are still getting some, I would say, some hot glares, but nobody's saying anything like they used to be. It seems that at least whatever Forge Hammer said has been put into practice.
Hmm.
Um, as you guys come into the Great Hall itself, there's a bunch of people doing a bunch of different things. It is again battle planning and those kinds of things. Time. Um, a lot of people in armor just going about different places, different what looks like small groups, maybe small platoons or something. Um, the Forge Maidens are around. You do see what looks like at least a couple of groups not wearing any sort of plate armor, but looks more like covered in in furs and things. Maybe leather armors, could be scouting parties or something, but they are they're. It seems like they've dyed their hair to be white. They've done a lot of things with their outfits, like even their weapons. The shininess of the metals have been covered over with things to dull them or turn them into a paler version of themselves, so that nothing really sticks out. Um, and just kind of looking them over, if they were in a pile of snow, you would walk right past them and probably never see them until it was too late. And that's how crazy some of that particular group is with their camouflage. And there's a couple of different groups. But what you all are in the Great Hall. There's, you don't see Forge Hammer or the Forge Matron. Um, is there anything specific
Hmm.
you would like to do?
Well, were you gonna wait for whoever this is in the morning? Is that what we were told?
I don't think we were told the
Um,
time.
If
yeah, I don't think we were told the time.
I don't remember a particular time.
Just that someone's going with us.
Yep, just that a Forge Maiden would be joining you.
well, I figure that we could. I mean, could go to bed and then find out in the morning, or like go get the sled all set up and come back down, go to bed, probably find out in the morning.
Hmm.
I don't know
Yeah.
if we want to go hunting for one
There's
specific random dwarf.
there's a good chance they would just find us too. I mean,
Exactly.
but I mean, if by morning they're not here, then we would probably maybe look for them. But I have a good feeling that they might find us too. I mean, we're pretty obvious.
I agree with
Just in
that.
general, we stand out a bit.
Where you
All
guys
right,
are
well,
talking about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you.
The dog sled. Do we have to leave the clan area to make arrangements for the dog
I
sled? And would we
Yes,
get back in if we left to go do that?
probably not. I think once we leave here, we'll head to the dog sled place, and then we'll be heading out right afterwards.
okay.
Okay.
You may have to, if we're gonna leave tonight to do the dog sled, which I recommend, you might have to get a room in the tavern because I believe that is
well,
something that was told to us. Once we leave, we can't come back in.
You
well,
were
we
told that.
also we also do have a really nice tent. But I
We
but I, I get the point too. Rooms would be good too. Probably
Yeah,
save
we
that for when
could
we're
set up the tent as well. Either one works for me.
We could probably save it for when we're on the road if we just want, maybe one more night inside the walls. Maybe. I don't know about all you.
Well, depending on the time it is up there on the surface, maybe it could be closed, and then if it's closed, then
That
we're
too.
wasting some time.
Yeah.
Leave in morning.
We have a couple different ways to go. Backups for backups. That type of thing.
Sure. We could just go to bed early and then wake up really early and get everything going.
I'm fine with that.
Because there is something
We
I
could-
want to test, but it probably needs to be like private within the group.
Okay.
I'm sure one of us could also just find one of the dwarves and maybe see if they know the time. Because I'm sure
Sure.
some of them have been up to the surface and then they may have recently just come down. Maybe they might know the time. We could see if we could ask around, maybe find out. That way we have an idea.
That's a good idea. Go for
Right
it.
ahead then.
All
Go
right.
right ahead.
All right. I'm just gonna maybe scope around, see if I can find just random, or if I could go up to and ask.
So there are plenty of dwarves to choose from, but there's none that are by themselves. There doesn't seem to be that mentality any longer. So you can choose a group.
I will pick literally a random group, maybe the one that's like the closest. At this point, I don't think it
Sure.
particularly matters.
Okay. So you walk up to the group that is in the white furs, the white hair, and is just full on camouflage. And they see you approach. They stop what they're saying and they turn to look at you. Um, as you get closer, and you can actually see them. Um,
Mm-hmm.
their skin is pure white. Um, you can't see facial features because
Okay.
of how blended things are together. If it
Yeah.
wasn't for the very very bright blue eyes, you would not know you were looking at a face.
Interesting.
Um, but they look at you, and one of them goes, "I can I
Uh,
help you?"
Uh, yeah, yes. I was just coming over. My group and I were curious if you'd happen to know what time of day and/or night would be on the surface, because we're kind of setting up our plans for what we're going to be doing, and we just wanted to know. So I thought I'd come and ask.
Oh, it's hang on here. Um, off into like one of the like satchel kind of things that they have just kind of on the ground in front of them collectively. Again, also very very white. Um, they open it up and pull out this small spherical contraption.
Mm-hmm.
And when they hold it up, you
Mm-hmm.
can see what looks like a miniaturized representation of the world with the sun and the moon, and as they hold it up it starts to spin, and then they go, all right, so we are about here, and go like this and then
Oh,
do this. What looks like it's a few hours past sundown at least. It's about supper time.
okay. I'm also just curious, cause I'm a tinkering man of myself. Might I ask just what that contraption was? It looked very interesting. I'm a curious man by nature, so I see something interesting.
Oh, this here little thing was made by Madame Mavis over there at the Enchanter place. Since the sun is never really available to tell what kind of time frame things are, these are all kind of synchronized, and so we can tell each other when we're gonna be doing something.
Okay. And I would remember who this person is, right? Because that was that
Yep.
person in the tent, right?
That was
Okay.
the wee little gnome
Yeah.
girl with the pigtails who really
Okay.
liked the things that you had to say, and she had so many fun things to show you.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, as soon as he tells me that, I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, I remember. I went into her shop one time. Would you happen to know how much she charges for one?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you kind of just received it from somebody,
I
that type of thing. Okay. I don't suppose you have any more in that bag of yours.
uh,
All right then. Well, appreciate it. Thank you for the information. I'll leave you be, and then I'll walk back towards the group, and I'll tell them what I learned.
well, what'd you learn? What did you tell him?
He told me that the time is right around supper time ish, a little bit more in like the later day. About right.
Okay.
I believe that was right about it.
Sure.
Early turn-in time.
Get some dinner, go to bed,
Yeah.
do what Captain wants to do first, and head out in the
If
morning.
if I'm also curious, like if some of you are going to be getting the duck sleds, I might have a place I want to kind of just stop at before we go. I don't know if
Oh,
any of you remember that place in the center of town where there was that lady in there who showed us some magical stuff. I might want to see if I could stop by there one more time before we go, if that's all right.
sure.
Cause when I asked that person, he pulled out this really interesting contraption that he said that he got from there that was able to tell what time of day it was. I'm thinking potentially I might be able to get one. That might be very helpful if we're out and about for telling what time it is. Just thought it
Could
might be
be.
something that could help us if I can
Yeah.
get one. Who knows if she has even any more? But I thought I'd give it a shot. Maybe
Do you think she'd show us how to make one?
if she could, and I could learn how to make one. Oh, that'd be so cool.
I don't think we
I'm
want to
kind of
spend more than a little bit there, so maybe not spend hours and hours or all day.
Yeah.
well. And I would ask about that information, if it takes
Okay.
a certain amount of time. I mean, I'm looking to kind of just get one kind of pre-built, if that makes sense.
We can come back later maybe and learn how to build them.
Yeah, maybe I'll just see if I can get a pre-built one and see how much you'd ask for that.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
We can
All right.
do that.
All right.
So, food, bedtime, or no, food, Kappa wants to do something, and then bedtime.
Mhm.
hmm
And then
Yeah,
we'll
let's
kind of see
find
if.
a seat then. We're
All
already in the
right.
dining hall.
All right.
All right.
Yep. Dinner time.
Mushroom.
Dinner time.
Mm-hmm.
Mushroom.
Mushrooms again.
Basic food and drink. Nothing extravagant.
Mhm.
You're not dining with Forge Hammer anymore, so
Aw.
you get basic mushroom stuff.
Yeah, and if this is supper, I'll have my daily ale ration, if that's the case.
Boom! Your daily ale
Yeah.
ration has been granted.
Heck yeah.
Hmm.
Wait,
Can I get a pint of water?
I pretend this
Yeah.
is my ale mug.
Okay. I'm gonna try something.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up my cleaver. Think ale and stir the water.
Please work.
Give me a medicine roll.
Aw.
Oh.
So you stir the water with your cleaver. Let's see here.
Do I get the cheapest and the weakest of ales known to man?
It just tastes so bad.
It's just water with lemon. That's all it is.
It's seltzer water.
Ew. It's like LaCroix.
Oh god.
Or no, what's that one drink? White Claw?
There you go.
Oh, shots fired. It looks and smells ale-y. Smells like ale. It looks like ale.
Diner.
Oh, thank you.
It smells like ale.
Okay, I'm gonna take a drink.
If it had a little bit longer to ferment, it would be really good. But it's just grainy.
Oh.
It hasn't had time to really bubble, and it's kind of flat. But you do get like a hint of honey and maybe some lemongrass. But
Ooh.
a little bit longer, this could have been perfect.
I'd say it's got some work, but I think you can do something. I like it.
I just wanted to see if I can do it. Apparently, I can. So
Try a little longer next time, maybe. But I think you're maybe onto something. You want to try? Like halfway there, halfway there.
yeah. All right. Experiment successful, kinda.
For the most part.
Yeah, I can do it.
Right.
All right. Are we uneventful dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, making ale out of water is kind of eventful,
A little bit.
considering Jesus turned water into wine. Kappa turns water into almost ale, but he's working on it.
All right.
I'm just saying, like, that's kind of eventful. Especially when you have a dwarf in your party.
Very eventful.
You just became priority number one in all situations.
All right. So, do we make it back to our sleeping quarters?
Yeah, if you guys
All right.
are done with the munchings and crunchings and drinkings, you guys can pop on back to the sleeping quarters. And unless there's anything specific you all would like to do, we can just turn up time here.
So, what I wanted to try out was when Forge Master somehow wielded all three of our weapons.
Hmm.
They felt synergistics. They felt connected somehow. I wonder if we three can somehow feel something, a connection. I don't even know what I'm looking for. So basically, it's just maybe just sit there and think about Ubok while just holding it and seeing what happened. Just start thinking, start talking. Just let your mind be free and just do whatever, and we'll see if something happens.
Okay. So as you're doing this, and kind of thinking about the fact that Forge Hammer is able to wield so many of them, and Forge Hammer himself did say that there were connections of sorts between them all, but it was for you all to figure out. He wasn't going to tell you how to do it. And as you are wielding the cleaver and, kind of deftly moving it between your claws and concentrating on it, but not really on it, more about the connection that it represents. There are a couple of things that you feel more than anything else. First, you feel guilt and disappointment, um, worry, anxious, angry, shame. And when you are feeling these things, Thynar's image comes to mind. And as you're like trying to grasp what that means, then you feel puzzlement, curiosity, a sense of wonder, and then Naval's image comes to mind.
Hmm. I kind of peek open to see what the other two are doing. Or have they reacted anyway?
They're just doing whatever it is that they're doing. They're not reacting in any particular way. They don't seem to be aware of what you feel and interpret through this whatever this is.
Hmm. Okay. So I feel something. I don't know what I feel. Almost a sense of empathy. Like, I almost kind of understand what you're going through, Thynar. With
What?
you found out. So I explained to him these senses of feelings that you had mentioned, the guilt, the disappointment, the anger, the shame, all that things, and it's just like almost. Do I feel them? Do I have that?
Oh yeah, you feel them. They are.
So I feel like if
It's
I experience them myself.
yes, exactly. But when you
Okay.
concentrate on those feelings is when you get an image. It's not like a crystal clear picture of Thynar. It's like a spiritual image of Thynar. It's not clear, but you understand what it represents. It's almost as though you are able to sense maybe surface thoughts and feelings.
Oh,
Interesting.
so how? What? How do you? How, I'm a little confused, actually.
As am I. You didn't feel anything when you were
I.
polishing your hammer?
How did you know I was doing? Um, no, no, I don't think so. Should I feel something? Should I know what you're thinking and feeling?
Do you feel hungry?
I not. I mean, not particularly.
Hmm.
I mean, a little hungry for something, but not food.
Hmm.
Don't take that the wrong way. I'm thinking
Ah.
about something entirely different. Okay, good.
Has this got something to do with the book you were looking at?
No, not no.
I did feel shame.
That is not what I feel shameful
Shame,
about.
shame, shame.
So, I can't explain. It's more, I'm able to understand more how you're feeling about the situation with your clan. If that makes any sense. I don't know how.
So we're
I don't
just
know.
connected now, like you and
I,
me.
I don't know. It
Okay.
seems if you don't feel hungry, it might be a one-way deal. But I don't know what it can or can't do. I just am
You just
able to
oh,
sense your feelings.
okay. That's unique.
So I don't know how that's
Is
what's
it
gonna
just
come of
me,
it.
or is it anyone
No,
else?
I can. I felt a small. I sense the feelings of Naval also. The
No.
curiosity, the wonder, just wanting to know as much as possible, and all these things. All the adjectives I was given earlier that I don't remember. Um, but yeah, just same thing with Naval. Just the sense of awe and finding something, the small, the intricate, the mundane is just it's like
So
almost yeah.
you can feel you can sense how we're feeling in things, and you can turn water into ale. Is there more to you than you're letting on? Like
I'm still discovering about myself.
okay, okay,
So this whole water ale thing, that's new to me.
right,
Hmm,
right.
So
just an
yeah.
idea. Maybe Naval and Dinar, you should try to do what Kappa was doing, and maybe you'll have the same reaction. I don't know how this works.
So I
So,
just
so
thought I was just concentrating on Ubak, and I
Oh,
wasn't really trying to think of anything. Maybe letting, not reacting, just kind of just letting my subconscious do what it wants and just drift.
So, while this is happening, Naval's kind of just been doing an inspection check of his little Eldritch Cannon buddy Winston, and he hears his name a couple of times, and he's like, "Oh, what's going on? What?" And then he's just kind of looking up and down between Winston and everyone else, and he's like, "What? Huh? What? Am I needed, or can I go back? I'm checking out Winston, see if he's all right."
You can do what you do.
Okay.
You
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
And then and then
Hmm.
because he's like up, he's like right side up right now. He's gonna like flip him over and then just kind of look at the backside. And he's like,
just
Poor
Mhm.
Winston. Its little wheels just a spinning
yeah.
like a turtle on its back.
well, he's checking his underside, see if he's all right.
Naval's concentration is elsewhere.
Well, I
Mhm.
asked,
Mhm.
but you guys didn't care to elaborate, so he just went back to it.
Yeah, stick to your toy Naval.
What?
Nothing? No. As that
No.
occurred.
Okay.
So I
I'll
don't
I'll give it a go and concentrate and see if I can feel
don't
Kappa.
don't don't think of me. Just
Okay. I'll think of Ubak.
sure, give
Is
that a
that what
whirl.
you? Okay.
Wow, I just thought about it, and then things just kind of drifted to whatever led. Kind of like what you do when you sleep. You kind of think about one thing, and it leads to another, and then all of a sudden
Oh,
you're naked with a elephant and a minotaur somewhere.
that's weirdly specific.
I,
It just popped in Kappa's mind for some reason.
yeah,
Mhm.
I just
Mhm.
chose to. It just happened to be. Maybe it was something I saw recently. I don't
Eh, who
I
know.
knows? Who knows? So, Thynar,
Yep.
you kind of, um, holding on to Ubok's hammer and kind of thinking about Ubok, but then letting your mind just go, just kind of relax for
Mhm,
a moment. Um, really, since learning about the attack,
mhm.
just kind of letting things things go, just to see where this strange connection could go to. So as you are just letting and just like what Kappa said, your subconscious just kind of drift, as it were. Um, Concern, focus, irritation, and a little some Duval maybe. Strange as that is,
Mm.
and then a never really ending curiosity about food and the
Mm-hmm.
the properties that food can give people, from joy to sadness. A good meal can evoke a lot of emotions. But then there's a strange like like a shock between you and Kappa. And you hear in your mind Kappa go, "Ow." And Kappa, in your mind, you hear Thinar's voice go, "Huh?"
Uh, I'll- I'll-
Did you think, huh?
I,
Did you hear me go, ow?
I, hmm.
Do you want to stop right now?
Kinda. I've got a lot going on in my head that I don't know. Maybe stop for now.
What are you guys talking about?
I don't
Uh,
know.
I have a sudden craving for ale.
I am surprised considering how much you seem to think about food.
But just ale.
Well, if
Not
you
the
want to try to
food.
make some more, then I'm happy to partake in that.
Not the food with ale, just
Just
an
ale.
obscene,
I would.
freakish, large amounts of ale.
I'm
Now
going through a hard time. Okay.
to be fair, in your guys' room here is the large tent that you guys requested. Plus,
Okay.
you were given the two baby kegs of ale, which are in the room. And Thinar's just been looking at them like, man, I could like drink all of that right now, but if I do that, I'll have none for the trip. Oh,
Exactly.
wait a minute. But what if I do drink it and then we just fill it up with boiled snow later, and then Kappa can just make this full of ale. Like this is, and then the connection happens and the
Oh
ale,
no.
ale, 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 and then food, 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 food.
Hmm.
I feel slightly drunk just thinking about the amount of ale I just thought about.
My brain it hurts.
Duval's hammer vibrating at all.
Nope.
So I'm gonna go lay down.
I think that's a good idea. I'll do the same.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'll sleep on that side. You're on.
I'll sleep over there. Try not to think about me at all. Like not even a little bit. Please.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
This is fantastic.
I just shake my head and go to my bed.
I think I stumble to mine.
So, so for the purposes of understanding what this means, and I will unlock the next level of your two items later, is that the two of you have telepathy back and forth to each other. You don't know the range, and
Okay.
it's
Okay.
not a passive thing. It's not like one of you could just always read the other person's mind. You have to think about a message you're sending to the person. Like right now, because you two are so like just figuring this out, you're constantly thinking about the other person. Like so it's working back and forth. But in regards to how the magic itself actually works, is while attuned to Ubok's item,
Mm-hmm.
you two have a telepathic link. Um, Again, you don't know distance yet, but you can, if for example, Kappa, if you want to telepathically send a message to Thynar, you would out of character say telepathically to Thynar, blah 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 blah
Mm-hmm.
blah blah, and that'll be the key factor of it. Because if you don't say telepathically, I'm assuming out loud, and if you're in a situation where that can get you in trouble, it's gonna happen.
Got it.
Gotcha.
Um, so yeah, you two have a new feature of the Ubok item unlocked. And now one of you is strangely might become a new kind of version of an alcoholic. The other one could no longer fit in his plate armor here pretty soon. It's never been Kappa's problem. His armor grows with him.
Oh no.
He's never had to worry about it. He just
Time to be Gopher.
Hmm.
Uh,
This is gonna
Alright.
be a long night.
Mm-hmm.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, cause it's new. You're not gonna be able to not. You're not gonna be able to stop
Yeah.
not thinking about the other person, and the other person like be just going to sleep, and then all of a sudden this picture in their mind, like it's gonna be great. I
Totally
100% enjoy it. Yeah,
I wanna say
Naval.
something too. So, so if anybody has been watching Naval, I just wanted to say that as soon as he's done investigating his little machine, he's getting himself ready for bed, and as soon as he gets into bed, he's kind of just getting into a position where he just cuddles with Winston, and he's just kind of cuddling him for a bit, and yeah,
Nice.
it's adorable.
That's a word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Naval thinks it is anyway.
It is adorable. All right. Does
Mm-hmm.
anybody else want to do anything before sleep is had for all?
Nope, I am turning in.
Okay. In that case, sleep is had for all. Go ahead and click long rest if you are someone who used any abilities or things. You can click your long rest button to get some stuff back. But as I think the only one who really wakes up quote unquote early is your resident elf who only has to meditate for 4 hours. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, is there anything? Are you going to just stay in the room for a couple hours while everybody else is still snoring? Or are you going to try to do anything stupid or obscene?
I will summon Shadow's Heart while everyone's sleeping
Okay.
and see if there's any differences since nobody knows that I have it back other than me. I want to see if there's any difference now that I'm not connected to Giselle technically.
So, first thing you know is there's no red dot in your vision. Um, Secondly, you can feel that it's not as powerful as it once was. Um, the blade's not as long. The the red gem that was on the pommel just doesn't shine quite as bright. You're not sure what that means as far as abilities and things just yet, but you do know that it is a lesser quote unquote version of itself.
All right.
Um, but give me a give me a perception check as you're really looking over it, looking for the differences.
I'm in dim light, so do I get advantage on this?
Why would you get advantage on perception checks?
Uh, no, it was stealth checks. Never mind. Hmm.
Yeah,
Wow.
unless you're using your stupid broken ability.
Hmm. Still 26.
I guess that'll do. Um,
Yep, yep.
you've summoned Shadow's Heart, and you're looking over it. When you're looking at it this way, and then you turn it back around this way, and very quickly before you can unsummon it, a tiny spider comes out of your hand and embeds itself into the dagger. And you just
Okay.
hear again a clicking and a feminine voice go, "Ah, there she is."
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find Forge Master.
Well, it is early.
Hmm.
You guys went to bed early. Um, it's maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Ish.
And
Time for you is right now pish posh. But as far as player conversation, so going out the your door itself, the guest area does have a few guards that pay no real attention to you. Um, you walk into the Great Hall, still plethora of battle hammers here, and whenever you walk towards where the Heart Forge is, and where like Forge Master's quote chambers are, as well as Giselle's chambers, the guards don't let you pass.
yeah, I'm gonna tell the guards I really need to speak to Forge Hammer. He's gonna want to hear what I just found out about. It's pretty urgent if you can ask him to see me.
Give me a persuasion check.
Pretty good, pretty good. Oh,
18.
Mm.
So one of them look at you like you're crazy. The other one goes, "All right, you and the Forge Hammer have. Wait, you're the one that got your arse handed to you by him, eh?"
Yeah.
Hey, I'll go see if he's sleeping, but if he's sleeping, I'm not waking him up.
he's sleeping, could you leave a note saying I
What?
need to speak to him?
Aye, I can. I can leave something with his aid. I'll be back. And he turns around and goes down the hallway. The other one just looks at you and goes, "I bet on you. I was really hoping to make a whole bunch of money, but when fighting the Forge Hammer, like I understand. Look, you're brave just for even trying. How's your head? By the way, are you okay?"
I probably should ask someone to make sure my head still doesn't have a hole in it. I have not done that yet.
The dwarf just like deep belly laughs, like echoing throughout the chamber's like full on serious. Like everybody gets quiet, looking over at you guys, and this dude is just full on belly laughing his ass off, echoing throughout this chamber. A couple others just start laughing because he's laughing. Like they don't understand why he's laughing, but the giddiness is contagious, especially in such a serious situation. Before like a couple of captains who are snickering underneath their breath go stop it, and eventually like things settle down. Um,
Mhm.
but the probably
Yes.
about you and this guard shoot the shit for a few minutes before the other one comes back and says, "Oh, I left a message with the aide. Forge Hammer wasn't seeing anybody, so I at least let him know."
All right. Um, hopefully be back later then. I'll head back to the
Also,
quarters.
you may want to put that away before somebody ends up stabbing you for having a weapon out.
Right. And I'll let it disappear.
Okay. So you go what back to the room?
Mm-hmm. I
Okay.
will sit and wait for everyone else.
Okay. In that case, morning is had, and you guys hear a knocking on the door.
I will get it.
No,
Oh, what is it?
no.
Okay. When you open the door, before you is a. You're not sure if it's a dwarf, to be honest. Most dwarves are of a stockier build. Um, this particular person in front of you is like porcelain white with these bright blue eyes, with long white hair in dreads. Um, clean facial features. They look they look exotic, almost elven. You can't. The hair covers the ears. They are obviously. I shouldn't say obviously. They appear to be feminine, just by the I will say modest bosom that is presented. But they appear to be wearing some kind of bleached white leathers and furs. Um, you don't see any weapons about their person. They have like kind of a cloak coming over their shoulders, and they say, "Ah, good morning. I am
Morning.
I am Sultara, and I am the Forge Maiden tasked to be with you all on your quest to save the Oathmaker clan."
I immediately sit up and look at her. Just look her up and down, trying to figure out
Naval's kind of sitting up and
anything.
he's kind of just stretching. He's like, oh,
Um,
oh.
I think everyone else is still getting ready, but if you're welcome to come in if you wish. No, stand to the side.
She enters. As she kind of brushes past you, there's like an aura of cold,
Hmm.
as though she herself just radiates frigid air, or maybe it's something she's wearing, or it's strange. There's no body heat. Like, even as she brushes against your shoulder, you can feel a coldness about her. Um, she's about 4'6". But anything else, again, the cloak covers much, other than what appears to be, again, the ample bosom that kind of pushes against the cloak itself.
Hmm. You wouldn't happen to know if Forge Hammer is awake yet?
Um, Last I heard, Forgehammer had come ill with something. Some sort of bug. And was
Hmm.
in his room recovering with the Forge matron looking over him.
Right. Well,
Why do I feel hungover?
Perhaps you should drink less.
But I don't drink.
Everybody drinks.
Hey, I'm really hungry. Can we get some breakfast?
Perhaps it is time for you to break your fast,
I
and we can be on our way. I was told to remind you that once you leave the hearth, the hospitality of the Battlehammer clan will be removed until at such a time as you can prove things one way or the other with your clan, Thynar. And I am here to help in that regard as much as I can.
So, question about that: Can you fight, or are we going to be kind of protecting you the whole way?
My abilities above the surface are better than below. Let's just say that the blinding light of snow does not hinder my vision.
Oh,
She's got my vote.
useful. Okay.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
However, whatever you will require on your travels, that is for you to procure, I have my own provisions and will take care of myself. Should we encounter trouble, I will do what I must to make sure this mission succeeds, one way or the other.
Okay. I feel a little better already.
Yeah, I'm still not sure, but not because of her. I'm just not sure.
Aye, true.
All right.
Breakfast
I don't know
time.
about you guys, but I'm ready to get a move on because if we're gonna be getting all of our stuff together, I'm more
Aye,
of on the
packing up.
expedient side, I guess.
Get some
But
food.
I also do want to make haste into town if we're gonna be leaving soon. So,
Let's get going.
all right.
I'm
Mm.
sorry,
I
what was your name?
My name is Sintara.
Sintara?
Tarra. Not a
Like
Tara.
Tara,
Trill.
Tarra.
Tara, Tara.
Sintara.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Ah,
Sintra.
you as well, Marcel.
And also, welcome to the Frosted Friends. You look like you'll fit well in here.
Frosted friends.
Eh?
Have
What
you
are you
not
talking
heard?
about?
Have you not heard? I thought that's what we were calling ourselves.
I don't remember that.
Well, then I'll
That's
propose it.
strange
Hey,
that
what are you
if
talking about? Why do I have an accent?
I. But we'll stare at Kappa.
I stare back.
none of you appear frosted, so I'm not sure. Is that a joke?
I think you're the frosted friend, really. If you think about it, looking at you.
Other time. Let's get a move on.
Oh, so okay.
Okay.
To breakfast.
Mm. All right.
Okay, so going back into the Great Hall. A shitty breakfast is had.
I
All right.
am going to walk over to the guards. Hopefully, it's the same guards as earlier. And right, so
It is not the
about
same
Forge
guards,
Hammer.
and the Frosted Maiden follows you.
Mhm.
Or the Forge Maiden. Frosted got me stuck on it. The Frosted Maiden. Oh my gosh. That's it. It's canon. I said it. Frosted Maiden. It's too late. It's done.
Mm-hmm.
Damn you, Naval.
He does a little like
Mm-hmm.
type face.
But as you get closer to that area, there are multiple guards. There's the two that were there earlier this morning are no longer there, and it's not normal guards any longer. It's Forge Maidens. It's they are with your keen insight, you can tell they are irritated and just ready to put blame on anything that makes sense to put blame on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But as you walk
So
over, one of the they all like look over at you and um, kind of behind you, but to the side where she's visible. Sintara is there with you, and as you get closer, she kind of takes a step forward, leans in close, and whispers something. And she goes, "I would take caution here. Those those ladies are not part of my mission, and they do not have the same goals that I do." And she just takes a
right.
step back after giving you that warning. What do you do?
Okay, I have information that Forge Hammer needs to hear that actually could help with his current situation.
Are you saying that to
The
Sintara?
guards.
Or
No,
this
the
the
guards.
other? Okay, okay.
Mhm.
Um, so a shorter one with orange hair looks over at you and she goes, "Why? Are you the one who poisoned him?" And they all start shing, pulling out their weapons because currently he can't hear anything.
I am not the one, but I have an idea of who might have done it. And that might help on curing him.
Give you a persuasion check. Well, if you have this information, you just tell it to us, and we'll make sure it gets to him.
Ooh. I am 90% sure the Spider Queen has something to do with his illness.
And what makes you think that, Elven Man?
I was
And at this
reading a
point,
book yesterday.
you and Sintara are surrounded.
Oh, shit.
And she
I
kind of leans in close and goes, "You better choose your words carefully."
Mhm, mhm. I was reading a book yesterday about the Spider Queen and her curses, and I saw a sign of a curse that I'm pretty sure I saw on Forgehammer. So I think she cursed him. I don't know how.
And what was this sign that you supposedly saw? Because we can go talk to the librarians about which book you read and be able to put the pieces together ourselves.
Right. Um,
Unless you're lying and are a traitor.
I saw a tiny spider enter his skin.
Give me a deception roll.
Oh boy.
Okay.
16.
You saw a spider enter the Forge Hammer's skin and did nothing about it nor warned the Forge Hammer. So you are in cahoots with the Spider Queen and are what? You're now worried that you're going to be found out and this is your feeble attempt at coming clean?
No, I went to read a book about it to find out what it was first, because I had no idea what it was. Mhm.
The the one that's been talking to you, the short one with the orange hair. She looks up at you because she's obviously shorter than you, and she goes, "You're wasting my time. Piss off before we get you here."
We'll do that. You have the information. I'll leave.
As you leave, um, Santara obviously follows you. She goes, "Not everything that you said was truth, but
That
some of what you said
may
is
be
truth."
so. That may be so. But the whole truth would probably have killed me.
So is your life not worth that of the Forge Hammer?
I wanted to speak to the Forge Hammer so I could tell him the whole truth, but they won't let me. So I, I don't know what else to do.
Hmm. You could have been honest with them instead of weaving between the truth.
If I tell you the whole truth and you see it as a viable way of getting to the Forge Hammer and telling him, then you can do that. But I don't think they trust me enough to believe the whole truth.
You're probably right about that one. Although they know that my mission isn't the same as theirs, so I may have a better chance, but not a guarantee.
All right. We should go somewhere private so I can tell you, and you can decide what to do with the information then.
Hmm.
All right. To your quarters again, I suppose?
Or
What are the rest of you doing with your half-assed breakfast meal here?
I try to make beer cheese soup.
Beer, cheese, soup.
It's a thing. Look it up.
Uh-huh.
it
Uh-huh.
is. It's good.
Oh
Okay.
man.
Dip it in bread. Very nice.
Mm, I want
Beer, cheese, soup.
looking that up.
This is in Dungeons and Dragons now, ladies and gentlemen. I have to figure out what roll to make for beer, cheese, soup.
Oh,
See?
Let's give it. Let's make it a survival. Survival's usually you're foraging for food. Let's give it a survival roll here for beer, cheese, soup.
oh my goodness.
It is perfect. It
Yep.
is. It is. It is hearty. It is filling. It is delicious.
As
It
it
is
is.
exactly what you wanted.
Mm-hmm. Here you go, Thynar. Eat up.
What is it?
Just,
Oh,
you'll like it.
oh yeah. I'm gonna just start eating.
Uh, Kappa, you're going to want to write this down. Get your notepad out. Since figuring out the next tier of abilities with Ubok's Cleaver, you now permanently know how to make beer cheese soup.
Mm. So I need a book of recipes now.
Yes, you know how to make it. Now, it does require a liquid and a solid and the cleaver to make. But the solid doesn't have to be cheese and the liquid doesn't have to be beer.
Hmm.
But it requires a liquid and a solid to make. However, you
goodness.
only know how to make it within a pint. The proportions are different as you increase the container you're trying to make these things in.
Hmm.
So you know the proportions within a pint mug. If you were to try to do it in a baby keg, you would have to make another roll. That's not a guarantee. So pint beer cheese soup, success as long as you have a liquid and a solid.
So I don't need a roll.
No.
Oh, oh, oh.
Alright.
Nope, that's part of the tier 2 features of Ubok's Meat Cleaver. Is once you've discovered a recipe, You know the recipe.
Hmm. I know
We're
to
going to be
try
eating
that.
a lot of beer cheese soup.
Can you make more of this like all the time? I've never had something so tasty, like ever in my life.
It is literally filled like you up with hope again. Like this is everything you've ever wanted out of food and ale at the same time.
Oh,
You've always wanted to be able to do something like this, and this guy, whew, not only is he number one in your list to keep alive, he's number two and number three.
if you make this every day, I will do anything for you for like ever. Just call on me and I'm there.
You
That is
just
on the record
call
now.
out his name. Marcel, Naval, what are you two doing?
Well,
Well, Fenris is off doing things that Fenris does.
well, Laval's kind of just sitting there. He's a little antsy because he wants to get moving, so he's kind of just shuffling his seat. Kind of, he's ready to go.
Huh.
He's ready to go.
Huh.
Well, Naval, do you want to head back to the area, the sleeping area, and just start getting packed?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. I'll go do that, and I'll
Yeah,
I'll go and
I'll
do
go
that.
with them.
Okay. So Fenris, as you are walking by where your party was, um, Thynar and Kappa are still at the table, testing out different things, but you don't see Naval and Marcel. And when you get to your room, you see them there.
Oh,
As they are packing things up.
I guess this is a good time for everyone to learn something. And I am going to explain what happened with me and the book and the spider to all of them, as well as the curses I learned about and the mark that shows if someone's a slave or not. I will even draw it out so you can see what the mark looks like. Whole
Okay?
thing.
Okay.
Wow.
Laval's kind of just
hmm
sitting there with his hammer, and he's kind of just resting his chin on it, and he just has this look on his face. He's just like, mm
And I completely understand if you don't believe me because it sounds ridiculous.
It's not that I don't believe you. I mean, we've had a couple of strange encounters, as a group. It's just me taking it in. So
This level of weird is the norm for us, so
yeah, I'm kind of just taking it all in at the moment, letting it sit.
So you explain the spider going into your skin,
Yep.
and
And then it
you
went into the
summoning the
blade.
dagger and it going into the blade. Okay.
Yep.
So then Sintara goes, and how does that translate to the forge hammer getting sick?
Right. So
Uh,
that's the part nobody knows, but three people total. Me, the Forge Hammer, and uh the matron. And if you want to know more, I would suggest talking to the matron because it's not my right to tell you.
mm.
Hmm. You getting the bug put on a blade of shadow. The bug goes from you to the blade of shadow, but Forge Hammer suffers it.
Intelligence.
I've only Can you summon the blade again?
Yeah, and I'll hold out my hand and summon it forth.
Interesting. I have fought against someone who could summon a blade similarly, but she supposedly fell in battle defending Forge Hammer.
Uh-huh. Like I said, not my right to tell you anything.
As far as I knew, that was a Drow-specific ability. Unless you yourself were marked. Or are marked.
Yeah. Is there somewhere you're going with this?
I think you know exactly where I'm going with this. If it goes from you to the blade to the mark to the person who put the mark. Means Forge Hammer isn't Forge Hammer.
I'm not saying one way or the other.
Played the fifth.
Now Naval's doing a double fist look. He's like,
Which then means the orders we have being given are not valid orders. And she draws both swords. And when she
Wait.
opens up her cloak, you can see that there are multiple daggers all over her armor. Just small, obviously throwing daggers. And she pulls out two short swords. And as the cloak shifts just ever so slightly, from where her hood was kind of hiding, but now isn't, looks like a long pommel of some sort of two-handed weapon. And that's where we will take our break.
You fucked everything up, man.
We will take our potty break, get up and stretch, and come back to see where this goes. On if this can be, settled diplomatically, either through words or fists. Who knows? We'll figure it out when we come back. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes. And welcome back, everybody. All right, so let's just pop right on into here as Sintara pulls out her two short swords, and you all can see frost emanating from both of them. The air is just that cold around them. And she looks at you with like these very piercing eyes, and that means my mission is void.
Wait, that's not entirely true. The matron knows about this, and isn't she still like second in command?
If what you say is true, then
We
technically
can go ask her.
yes.
I I am willing to wait for you to find out because this seems extreme.
There's always a better solution than violence. At least that's what I believe. I think it's worth looking into, if what you say is true, Fenris.
It is definitely true. You saw through my lies earlier. Is it not clear that I'm telling the truth?
The truth as you believe it. Fine. Let us go seek the Forge Matron. And she looks around to both Marcel and Naval. You two, come along as well, as she shink sheaths her two swords and the cloak falls back over her. But there is still this aura of frost as, and you could even see, like, just where she's standing, tiny icicles are forming.
Okay.
Alright, well, let's see how this plays out. Alright.
You go first to the Great Hall.
Right. Follow me.
Be taking your lead on this one, Fenris. Let's get going.
Okay. So as you guys leave, heading towards the Great Hall. When you guys get there, she says, "Pick up your other friends. I don't want to have to chase them down if I have to kill you all."
I'll go get them if that's okay.
Sure.
Alright, and then I'll walk over to Thynar and Kappa and what are they doing at this point? Are they still messing around with Ale or whatever?
Yeah, at this point, like,
Yep.
about now is when they're like, they've got like two of these things done and
Yeah.
like successful and just like drink eating and yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna walk up to both of them. I imagine like one sitting across the other at like the table. I'm just gonna come up to the side. I'm gonna put both my hands on the table and I'm gonna look at both of them and I'm gonna say, "All right, now, you two,
Oh,
we're in a bit of a serious situation right now. You two have to come with us because Fenris might have got himself into a bit of trouble. But just trust me.
oh boy,
Just,
not
just
again.
no, but
Again.
just hear me out, okay? Just hear me out. Trust me, and just come with us, okay? Don't
Uh.
make any hasty decisions because Fenris, honestly, at this point, is making the calls. So let's just come, just let's get a move on, okay? Just trust me. Just come with me. Come on. Let's go.
Okay.
So on a scale of 1 to 100, how good of a chance is he might die?
Honestly, at this point, it's hard to tell, but it could be up there. But like I said,
Oh,
it's one of those situations where we're just gonna have to find it
Great.
out on the fly. So let's just come on. Let's and then I start walking, and I'm just like, come on, come on.
alright. Dinar, what heals do you have?
I am fully ready to assist and keep our friends alive.
Let's
Okay.
go. We need to move. Come on.
Hold
I'm
on, we have about 5 pounds of cheese in us right now, so just
Like a slow
no,
walk behind you.
you
we might
make
leave a
it-
trail if we go too fast.
make it quick, please.
As you guys like turn around and look at where Marcel, Fenris, and Centaura are, you guys can see that around Centaura, icicles are growing out of the ground and are pointing very dangerously towards Marcel and Fenris.
And I'm giving both of you like the eyes, like I'm trying to express how serious I am. Like, come on, we
I
need
smile and wave
to
at
go.
her.
Not
You get up to move.
Telepathic send message to Thynar.
Mm.
Wouldn't this be funny if this was the Frostmaiden?
What? Aye, it would be. Aye, telepathically. Aye, it would be.
I'm just like, Kappa's like so smooth and cool about it. And Thynar's like, aye, it would be. But he says it
Wait.
out loud
Yeah,
as
I did,
well
I
as
did. I
mentally.
just say it out loud.
Like he's trying, but he doesn't completely understand how it works just yet. He's like, aye, it would be.
well, at this point, Naval's kind of just walking away, and he's looking back at them as to kind of just be like, "Are you like, come on?"
We're coming, we're coming. Just give us a half second.
I'm just walking back now, expecting them to follow behind me.
We are.
I did my best to make myself look like dire. Like, come on, let's go.
As you all rejoin, excuse me, the rest of them, Centaura kind of gestures for you all to lead while she follows. And kind of just following Fenris. And as you guys start walking, as soon as she's out of proximity of of where those icicles were growing, they just vanish. They don't even melt. Like there's not
Oh,
a
so,
puddle of
like-
water. They're just gone.
Okay.
And like if there are a few other forged maidens around, but none of the same armor that and build that she is in. Wherever though, like she's more along the lines of those whatever those scouty type versions were that Naval talked to last night. None of those are around, and the forged maidens like are paying very close attention to you all at this point, seeing her doing whatever it is that she's doing. Um, as Fenris leads you towards the hallway back to the Forge Hammer's room, those same 8 guards kind of like attempt to step in and intervene. And as they try to do so, Centaura, excuse me. I don't want you guys to butcher her fucking name. Centaura grabs onto whatever this long pole, whatever this thing that was sticking out of her backside is. As she pulls it out, it's just like this long pole. And as she slams it into the ground, where the Forge Maidens were, as they were trying to approach, stop you, walls of ice
Oh my. Okay.
separate them and clear a path ahead.
Oh no, what are we doing?
Right. This would be really useful earlier. Let's keep going.
Okay. And I'm following you.
Gentlemen, is this the type of trouble you normally get into?
Mostly
Not
Fenris.
really. No.
It's all him.
Oh, what did I get
Because he's
myself
so
into?
Thanks
tall.
for that, Dinar.
You're welcome. I'm here for you.
I totally believe that.
You wound me.
As you guys are walking down this hallway, um, you can see probably about 120 feet down this hallway itself. There are more guards, or at least people that look very similar to Sintara, where they are just whatever this bleached white entity thing is. Um, but kind of sensing the 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 palpable like tension in the air. Um, they start speaking in a language that
No.
none of you understand. It's it is alien. It's it's a combination of words and echoing sounds and clicks. It's nothing you've heard of before. Um, but they allow you all to keep walking. And as you come to the T, Sintara tells you to make a right.
Right, it is.
Right.
And when you do so, probably about 40 feet down, there is a large set of double doors where there are more of these guard like things. And there is another almost heated conversation. Um, before the four that you passed on probably about 60 or so feet away are now like behind you guys.
Okay.
They have their weapons drawn. The two at the doors are looking very confused and worried, have their weapons drawn, and they burst open these doors. What you all see is laying in a relatively nice bed, but hovering about 6 feet off of it is a female drow in a state of what looks like perpetual screaming, but no words are escaping. There's no sound, but just the arch of the back, the rigidity of the body. It's not a very comfortable situation. Um, the forge, the forge matron is seems to have some kind of light emanating from her hands, trying to create. It looks like she's pushing back against some kind of dark, shadowy entity, for lack of a better word. Some shadows are like trying to pierce in, and when the rest of the figures similar to Sentara see this, they immediately react. They rush in, and when it looks like they are about to try to harm um, the drow woman being supported in the air, the forge matron, like one hand still out, creating whatever this protective dome is, seems to do something else and fling the other one aside as it was trying to attack the drow woman. But a brief moment when the forge matron's attention was split, the shadows do crack whatever this dome is, pierce into the flesh of this drow, before the drow herself just starts to crumble and deteriorate into shadow and is like pulled apart. And Fenris, in your mind, with a strange clicking sound yet again, you hear, ah, my champion returns home once again. Thank you, little elf. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll see her again real soon at the end of a blade against your neck. For that is the first mission I'll give her for trying to escape my clutches. The
Okay.
forge matron just collapses, um, breathing heavily, and the other, again, they don't look like dwarves. You're not really sure what they are. With, again, with their like almost pure white dreadlock hair, bright blue eyes, rushing over to her, and but Sintara is still right behind you all, and she goes, "So Forge Hammer really is dead."
Um, yeah, this is gonna be rough. I'm going to walk over to the matron if I don't get stopped.
Um, nobody nobody interferes with you. Fairly confident in their abilities to stop anything that you may or may not do. Um, and with Sintara kind of here, she was potentially was explaining what she knew, so nobody seems to be interfering.
Uh, I'm gonna try and help her stand if she'll let me. And are you all right?
She's You can tell she's covered in sweat. She is breathing heavy. She appears exhausted. Um, she kind of looks over at you and looks at the rest of them, and then she kind of puts a hand to her head and she goes, "I'll be fine."
I think we need to have a conversation. And I don't know if you want it to be in front of everyone or not.
She kind of looks around and goes, "At this point, everybody here basically knows, it looks like."
So I might have made a mistake. I was trying to learn more about the Spider Queen and the curses that she has at her will. I drew her attention by doing so, and I'm pretty sure that's why this just happened.
How are you doing research on curses?
I went to the library and asked for a book.
Did they not warn you it would be dangerous?
They definitely did. And I thought I could handle it.
What is with men always thinking they can handle things? Okay, so you drew her attention. She then, what, placed a curse upon you?
Uh, yeah, probably. There was a spider that entered my skin.
And you didn't think to seek help for that?
I planned on it, but I didn't think it was gonna happen so quickly.
Another fault in men. You don't think. And I assume that then it attached itself through the connection of you and Giselle and came here and ripped her apart into shadows.
Right. About that, I did just hear a voice tell me she's with the Spider Queen, and her first mission is going to be to kill me.
What
Oh.
now?
Yeah. So
Man.
what? For Jammer is dead? Is what I heard? And
Uh,
what?
Mm,
yeah,
Giselle,
I'm sure
Giselle
I've
with
heard.
the tentacles is coming after us.
Well,
Very praise.
technically, she's coming after me.
But we are with you.
But in proxy, us as well, because
Yes,
we're with you. So,
technically, yes.
The, the one that spanked all those Durgar back there. That
So
Yep.
so Forge Matron is the lead. Are you the leader now? If Forge.
She looks up to you, Thynar, and she goes, technically, the matrons have always led the Battlehammer clan. But
Oh.
publicly, the Forgehammer has led the Battlehammer clan. As most men have a difficult time following strong women. It's has been in at least in our many centuries of living, it has been prudent for the matrons to have a strong male figure to be the figurehead.
Whew.
And
right.
now and now the Forge Hammer is gone. The lineage is gone. And the chance of keeping that under wraps until such a time as a new one could be appointed is now gone.
Well, right now it seems like we're the only ones who know what happened, correct?
And these, whatever these are, can you explain what are these? Who are these people? They're real icy.
Those are a lineage of ice wraith.
Ice Wraith.
Oh,
A lineage.
Like,
They're not
okay.
full. They are
Are they half dwarf?
they are a creation from a time that the Battlehammer clan was, well, we're just not very proud of.
Are they gonna say, are they gonna say anything about what's gone on here?
They have free will. We
Oh,
don't. We no
yay.
longer enslave them.
fair
So
enough.
Always a plus.
she looks up around them and she goes, I hope they don't say anything, but I can't stop it without causing more eyes to look towards us. So, the Spider Queen has her champion back. That's fantastic. Which makes me think that the Oathmaker clan is not entirely at fault.
Thank you.
So, how did she break free, like previously?
That's a good question.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It was not something she ever wanted to talk about.
Hmm. Well, my clan may have some answers there, depending, since we're the ones that, put the collars on and sent them out.
I did learn a couple things from the mistake of reading that book. I can give you some details on some of the curses I learned about it if you think it would help in any way.
If it was the Rotten Flesh tome, then no, we already know the information from it.
Right.
Well, so not only do you all have to save the Oathbaker clan, you now have the champion of the Spider Queen to deal with. And let me tell you, I don't know if you've noticed in the Great Halls, now that the more of the candles have been lit amongst the walls themselves, the multiple battles the Battlehammer clan has been a part of. But let me just give you a little warning. Every conflict that the Battlehammer clan has had against the Drow, Giselle was always the champion of the Spider Queen. She never aged, never died. So you were dealing with someone who has centuries of knowledge, who's coming after
Mhm.
you.
I have at least one century under my belt, but I doubt that's gonna help.
Ugh, I need a drink.
A drink, and also just as a personal thought. So, if I'm connecting the dots correctly, it sounds like this evil tome of flesh and drow evil is somehow connected to the Spider Queen of the drow, and that is how you got a curse, right, Fenris? Is that right?
Yep.
Can we destroy this book? Is that? I don't feel like that's something that should just
Uh,
be around.
I don't know if that would be wise.
And why was it just hanging out freely in the library to be looked at and borrowed and read?
Because knowledge should be free.
Fair.
But
You
lol,
might want to
The
put an
librarians,
asterisk on that one.
when you start deciding to hoard information and hide it away, then you change the truths of the world. And we don't believe in doing so, which is why we show our shame. The the Battlehammer clan has evolved, has grown over the millennia that we have been around. Not me personally, but the clan as a whole. And so we learn from our shame. We learn from history. If we don't share that, then we may decide that we are a Battlehammer clan because we're meant for war and we should just keep doing war. Because, well, unfortunately we are good at it. But the knowledge of the library, if it's something that somebody can't handle or shouldn't handle, the librarians are responsible for giving ample warning. And if warning is ignored, that's not it's not our fault or the information's fault, you know? It's like magic. Magic isn't good or evil, it just is. Divine abilities aren't good or evil, they just are. It's how they are utilized as to how people perceive them to be good or evil. And from my recollection, that tome was bound, and by Fenris's own accounts, he was given warning.
Yep.
I will respectfully disagree and say I think Fenris, you did a great job. You were trying your best to figure this out for everyone so we could succeed in our mission, and I applaud you for that. And I'm sorry that it's gone this way.
Well, there's one good
Don't
thing. She
know.
doesn't have her armor.
Okay. That
Was-
is another thing I should probably ask about before I do anything stupid again.
Just
What
full of
exactly
surprises
Put
does
it on.
today, aren't we?
Put it on.
what
We're just
exactly does her armor do?
I know that it is one heck of a defensive boost.
I gotta make some
And
ale for this.
it, it enhances abilities within dark or shadow. Otherwise, even I do not know.
Hmm.
Uh, uh,
She warned me that the armor can be a lot to handle. So if I put it on here and something happens, will you be able to fix it?
what
I
do you
don't
have
know.
it?
You know, might just be better to throw it in the lava.
Fenris, if you refresh your character sheet, you will see the armor in your inventory.
Just a suggestion, maybe. I
Did
mean,
he say he has it?
Yeah, do you
I,
have
I do have this.
how?
uh,
Do you
yeah.
have that?
It was given to me by Giselle.
How did you hold on? How did you find out of everyone on this planet the one drow that happens to be the chosen of the Spider Queen, and then get to the point where you now have the chosen's armor and did all the fun stuff that we caught you doing?
I have some extreme luck
Are you
on both
cursed?
ends because it is very obvious I had some great luck and some terrible luck, and that's all I know.
Oh gosh.
There's a strong part of me right now that would just wants to keep saying, throw that in the lava. It just book, you know. And now we've got this. Mm, uh,
I am not throwing this away.
Yeah, what if it like returns to her if it gets destroyed, like reforms over there?
and I did think of that too.
I feel you though. I don't think you should put it
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
Don't.
but probably definitely not.
Hmm.
Couldn't handle the book. Who knows if he can handle some armor?
Hmm.
So you're putting it on?
Am
Right there.
definitely going to put this on.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh Lord.
Well, I was going to ask if we were still on the verge of dying, but I think that might have to wait until after the armor goes on.
I will stand in the corner, and if it goes wrong, you obviously have permission to kill me.
I'm gonna shoot you.
And
I will shoot you. I'm sorry.
Before,
Yeah.
right before you do that, though, like, is there a particular reason why you want to put the armor on?
Yeah, that might be a good question.
I am hoping it has a connection to Giselle, which might help.
And if it's
Oh,
bad, I'm gonna shoot you.
okay.
This
I think
I-
Giselle
is
is ready to shoot you.
this
I
is my
think
way of attempting to atone for my mistake. I either die or I help right
What
now.
if you turn into another servant of the Spider Queen,
And that's
and
why
then,
you must kill me if that happens.
but you'll be like a super servant? I don't know if we can do that.
yeah,
Well, we
but
do
we
have
have.
everyone here. No, we're fine. Yeah, we're fine.
I
This
think
is
what we can do is going to pale in what everyone else can do. So
Yeah, I agree
we
with
might
that.
just be in the way, like step way,
A little
way
further.
back.
I have some long range healing I can do just in case.
as soon as Fender starts to put it on, I was just gonna slowly grab his gun and grab the box, kind of just load it up, and then he's just gonna have it on hand. He's just gonna be like,
Mm-hmm.
All right, the roulette is finally going to be locked and loaded.
"What better time to try it out?"
Then on your companion.
I am
All right.
ready in a web
Oh yeah,
spell.
and I'm gonna have Winston right next to me, and I'm gonna make a motion like I'm pulling down like a microphone, and I'm gonna say, "Winston, command, prepare, blast," and then Winston will go ding dong, and then he'll just stand next to me.
Okay.
Oh god.
Full
I-
defense.
I've equipped the armor on D&D Beyond.
So it's not giving you everything. So let me fix that right quick. If you will refresh your character sheet, your armor should have changed. Your AC should have increased by 1. Okay?
Yep, it did.
Okay, so you put... as soon as you put that last piece of armor on, and this This armor is leather armor, but it's a dark purple. It's got very intricate lines that match up with every other piece, and when it's all put together in the right light, those lines look like spider webs. Um, and they're just like indentions in the leather itself,
Mm.
and the lines like reflect light, and that so they shine a little bit. So Fenris equips Shadow's flesh,
Of course.
Oh Lord.
which has a lot of bonuses to it. And as he's feeling it out and stretching and just kind of getting the kinks worked out, it starts to change and form and fit his body. And then he turns around to look at all of you. And you all no longer see Fenris.
Oh shit.
Ugh.
Can I
You see a
Ten.
5'10", long white-haired drow woman.
Oh shit.
Oh, that is awesome. You know what? This is even better.
What do you mean?
Fenris, I need you to change your race, as you are no longer your Eladrin variant. You are a drow.
Oh fuck.
Ah, man.
A drow, a woman specifically.
As one of the curses you learned about is on this armor.
Oh shit.
Mhm, mhm.
It's like Tomb of Annihilation over here. Oh.
Let's see what this does.
So let's just give him a second, because some abilities are going to be lost and some abilities are going to be different. Because you will lose all racial abilities and gain all racial abilities.
Mm-hmm.
So we will
Did-
just give him a couple of minutes here.
Did this happen what I think just happened?
I think so.
You all see a female drow in front of you.
Not Giselle though, just to be 100% certain.
Yes, not Giselle.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Okay.
No,
Oh, okay.
no, it's not. It's not. Giselle's a little bit taller, actually.
Man, this
She's
just
like
got hot.
What, you wanted to wear some cow horns or something?
I know who I'm flirting with now.
This is not going to go well.
This is amazing. Oh Lord, have mercy.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I don't know what drow eat.
You can learn.
You don't know what drow eat. Oh man, make sure you you change your gender as well.
I mean,
Oh,
Oh,
I figured.
Yep.
so
It's going to take me a little while to fix everything.
Yep.
Now, is it permanent? That's what I wonder. Mm-hmm.
I
do
mean,
we still call her Fenris?
Let's give them a moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
give them a moment.
Little
Oh man.
little respite here. Respite.
I'm trying to fix this as fast as possible.
No, you're good. So just
I
to
love
remind
this.
everybody, on last episode, whenever he got this armor, he was warned
Mm-hmm.
that
Mhm.
it has a connection to the queen, but it will allow other drow to not mess with him.
Mm-hmm.
Drow are a matriarchal society.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Yes, they
only
are.
one way for that to work.
I believe I've updated the important things. I can change the minor things later.
Man,
So we should be good.
God's punching bag right now. That's what you are, Fenris.
Ugh.
That's what you think.
Oh, is this what you wanted all along? Okay, okay.
Uh, yeah.
So,
Friend.
Oh man.
Fenris, as you are turning around and looking at everybody, everybody's just staring at you like you are a fucking alien. Like, jaw dropped. Some of the ice wraith half breeds are like weapons drawn, and even the forged matrons looking at you like, what the fuck just happened?
Falls pointed a gun at you.
I got my hammer up.
What are you all staring at?
You might want to look at yourself.
Look down. Look down.
Feel around. What are you missing?
Um,
And what did you gain?
I pretty
Oh.
sure I know why you're staring at me now. Um,
You
Yeah.
have an innie, not an outie.
right. I think I need a moment.
I.
I think we
Okay.
Yeah,
uh
just I'm gonna walk
does
away
this
now.
put a hamper on our plan to leave soon?
I don't think you're gonna be leaving, friend.
I
Ugh.
just need a few minutes, and yeah, I'm gonna try to walk away.
Okay. I need you
Just
to
gonna
make a
follow
wisdom
you.
saving throw.
Just gonna
Oh.
follow.
Oh, Marcel, have you ever seen anything like this before?
Funny.
No, with
Oh.
you all, this is a brand new thing every day.
Yeah.
So is this like
Um,
an entire chapter or like an entire book? That
The to-do list is turning into a book right now. We've got Ice Knife Killers, Oathmaker, Clan Mystery, Spider Queen Champion, and oh yeah, number 4, this.
Fenris,
Hmm.
as you're trying to collect your thoughts, you hear just like a almost in a very sing-song like voice, a very comforting voice in your mind go, ah, you're much nicer now.
Oh, shit.
Welcome to the flock, my dear. Now, your queen needs your help.
Oh.
You need to finish off the Battlehammer clan. You're in prime position against the Forge matron now, and she's ever so weak. Go forth, my new champion.
I knew it. Fucking knew it.
Out of character, do I feel like I actually have to follow this?
You are more than happy to.
Oh, no.
As
Okay.
your 20 fails your wisdom save.
Well, he did say we could kill him.
Against
So
God, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yep.
that's not a him anymore.
Hmm.
them. Yes.
So
Be an illusion.
So, what does female Fenris do as she is collecting her thoughts, hearing this message? You're
I
you're
am.
you're not one to just run at the matron, weapons
Mm,
blazing. So,
nope.
I will say that you are in a dimly lit room. There are shadows almost everywhere.
Yep. And I'm going to politely ask to have a moment to myself, and I'm going to try to leave the room first.
Mm.
The the half ice wraiths don't let you just leave. They're very much looking towards you and to the Forge Maiden, who hasn't given them a command to do anything, but hasn't let them let you leave.
You mind if I just step out for a moment?
Give me a persuasion check with advantage, because were just in an interesting situation.
15.
The Forge Matron says, "Don't go too far."
All right. Nah. I'll go out far enough to where I believe I can duck out of the way and essentially disappear.
Whenever you walk into the hallway itself, you feel a very comfortable presence within the shadows. And a little whisper, kind of like in the over your right shoulder. Not the Queen's voice, but Giselle's voice this time. And she says, "While wearing my armor, you can jump from one shadow
Oh, jeez.
to another."
Yeah. And I'm going to try to go into the shadow
Roll me a stealth check.
and
It's like Shadow
uh
Stride.
yeah.
Okay. Um,
Hmm.
as you all are kind of like watching them, he, she, it, you're not really sure. Um, whenever whenever she gets out into the hallway, she completely disappears from vision. Gone.
Oh.
And it's like as soon as she just took a step and then gone.
This is going to be the terrible part. Can I, since I can jump from shadow to shadow,
Hmm.
appear in a shadow directly above the matron and drop down with Shadow's heart coming down?
Yeah, you have advantage on the attack. And due to the ability of the armor, it's a critical attack.
Oh?
So
As long
doubled
as
would be,
it's not a natural one, it hits.
Oh, Jesus.
Unfortunately, yeah, that cursed
so
armor
it's
is
40 damage because it's a crit. And then I can technically
Mhm.
bonus action with the short sword.
Mm-hmm.
This is also at advantage, or no?
No, you're out of the shadow now. You would have had to have disappeared back into the shadow for you to get another
Okay.
stupid attack.
Still a 20 for 8 more
Oh
damage.
man, 20 does still hit her.
48.
So you guys watch as she disappears from you, walking out into the hallway. All the ice wraiths are like, and the matron like hesitates and like sits up a little bit. And the next thing you know, you hear as you turn around to look at the forge matron, and this dark black dagger sticking out from the back of her all the way through the front of her chest. And there you see Finretta, whatever they are going by at this point. And as they pull out the shadowy dagger, they stab forth with their short sword. And another
Can, can we react?
roll initiative,
Oh
everybody.
boy.
Roll
Oh.
inish.
Um, yeah, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Damn it, Fenris. Why'd you have to put the armor on?
Uh, there's a
Mhm.
ton. There's a ton of those wraith things. Maybe
Hey,
they
you
can
wanted
help?
to kill
Question
me.
mark.
You're getting a chance.
Ugh.
Mm-mm-mm. Need to delete that to get this to this. Uh-huh. And then...
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. 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 And Fenris, what was your initiative?
13.
Cap, what was your initiative?
The big fat 4.
Thynar.
13.
Naval.
21.
Marcel.
Uh, over on roll 20, it says 14.12.
Okay. Right.
This brings back memories.
It should. Okay, so right from the get go, the um, all of the half ice wraith things all move to get, surround, and protect the Forge Maiden. Um, none of them make a move to Fenris at this time. They're more worried about defensive perimeter. That's their entire turns. So Naval, you're up, as you can still see Fenris now on the bed with short sword and shadowy dagger. The short sword covered in blood, the shadowy dagger, strangely enough, not. But they are looking crazy.
Yep. Alright, well, I expected as much. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my bonus action. I'm gonna make that same gesture and I'm gonna say, Winston, command, fire! And I'm gonna use my bonus action to have my cannon shoot at Fenris, and then I will use my action to use my roulette revolver and take aim at Fenris and shoot his ass.
Shoot him!
Their ass. Their ass, sorry.
Shoot them!
Alright, let's see here. So, me. Oh, jeez. I gotta make sure I do this cannon thing right again, so. We'll send that first. It's the cannon shot, and then I'll do my gun shot. See if I remember how to do this right. So, first chamber. Okay, so that's the cannon and the gun.
None of those hit.
Neither of them hit. As your cannon aims and shoots wide, and you paying more attention to the fact that it missed, just reaction, like pull the trigger, like never using the gun before. First time using it, go, God, fuck! And cock the hammer back, ready for your next turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Marcel.
I am casting web on Fenris to make sure he can't move from where he's at.
Okay, is that just a 5-foot square thing?
It actually creates, it's a 60-foot range. I want to say that it's a 20-foot diameter.
Okay, so you can
Yep,
you can
20-foot
put it
cube.
in such a way where it only hits Fenris, so that's fine. Yeah.
Yep.
And then is there a save that he has to do in his turn, or she has to do in her turn?
Under attack save, it's a dex with a DC of 13.
So is that now or on their turn?
Good question. Looking at it right now. And each creature that starts its turn in the web that enters them during its turn must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature restrained by the webs can use its action to make a strength check against the spell. Save DC if succeeds and no longer is restrained.
Okay, so on their turn, they get to roll. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So
All
just
right.
click the cast.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That'll put it in there for us to see.
Oh, cool.
Perfect. Fenris, you are up, and there are still shadows everywhere. And strangely enough, spider webs don't hinder you.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a good try.
Am I still next to the matron, though?
You are not. There is somebody between the two of you at this point.
Okay.
So it would be, you would have to bonus action, disappear into the shadows, move action to move through the shadows, and then your attack action to leap down, as it were.
Yeah. My mission is the matron, so I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bonus action into the shadows.
So give me a stealth
and-
roll.
Pop out. Yep.
So
Hmm.
the rest of you see like the webs cover the bed and the wall behind, and then suddenly where she was covered just falls down onto the bed as she's gone.
And
And then you make your singular
yeah.
attack with advantage, and as long as it's not a natural one, is a critical success.
It is not a 1, so he's taking a lot of damage, which is probably death saving throws failed.
So that's 28 more points of damage. So you guys watch as from the ceiling again, like just falling without a care in the world. 2 hands on the dagger this time. In between all of these ice wraiths, she stabs hard against the Forge Matron before pulling the blade out and just looking wildly around.
Yep. That'll do it.
Thynar.
Do the Wraith people seem to be attempting to heal the Forge matron, or are they just trying to protect her? From what I can tell. Have I seen any spells cast?
You have not seen any spells
Okay.
being cast.
Well, that will make it so I'm just gonna, oh god, please, throw a healing word at her
Okay.
with my bonus action. Quick. So hopefully, 7 points of healing.
Okay.
And then I'm going to. Is she visible, or is Fenris visible within
Yeah.
the group? Okay,
Mhm.
so I will toss Ubok's Forge Warhammer at him. Or her.
Throw it. Throw
Throw it
the
at 'em.
mighty
23
hammer.
to hit.
Throw it at them.
That will hit.
So you're gonna take 6 points damage there because it's not two-handed, it's the one-handed.
Yep.
So it's the 5 plus the 1 point for the fire damage. So you're gonna take 6 points of damage.
And then it returns to me, and then I
Yep.
move up to as close as I can get.
Okay. I mean, you get fairly close, but the ice wraiths have made like a ring around the Forge Matron, and I mean, seeing that this drow is now in the midst of them, they're all like turning, but
Okay,
that's as far as anything has gotten.
got it.
Kappa.
So what's he holding right now? Besides, is he holding anything else besides Shadow's Heart?
Tynar's not holding Shadow's Heart. What are you
No,
talking
not
about?
Thynar. Fenretta, whatever.
She? What is
She,
she
what is
holding?
You can just
Yes.
keep with Fenris. Fenris works.
Okay. What is Fenris holding?
It appears just to be the shadowy dagger for now.
Mhm.
But you've seen them wield a short sword in their offhand.
Do I see it? The short sword.
It's not. I mean, they're not equipped. It's not equipped now.
Okay.
It's like
It'd be under
sheath.
my cloak.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a try. If I see Shadow's Heart, I'm gonna cast Heat Metal.
Okay. Link heat metal. What is the?
I'm trying. Do I cast
What
or
is
the V?
do display in VTT?
Hmm?
We need to see the spell card.
If you click on the words of the spell, it should bring up more details, and then you can click the view in VTT.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
There we go.
There it is.
Pretty dope, if it works.
it does not work.
Ah.
Your magic goes forth, and there seems to be no manufactured metal object for your spell to latch onto.
Okay. All right. Am I able to move also or no?
Yeah, sure.
I'll move basically right up next to Finar.
Okay. So there's Thynar and Kappa. There's we'll say a layer of ice wraiths. Forge Matron and Fenris are kind of occupying the same square right now because Fenris is over her, and then more ice wraiths, and then the bed at this point. Like, in order to picture all of this, it's kind of the layers at right now. Excuse me. As we come back to the top of the order, all of those ice wraiths are going to attack.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of attack.
Mm-hmm.
If they get a 20 or higher, then it's good. Otherwise,
20 AC.
not happening.
Bro,
Jesus.
please.
First attack, 9. Second attack, 16. Third attack, 11. Fourth attack, 25.
That one will.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
14.
You succeed. Next attack is an 8. The final attack is an 11. The ice wraiths do nothing as he resists whatever ability they have. Naval!
With all of the wraiths that are surrounding the whole area, do I not have a clear line of sight if I want to?
You've got line of sight. You're good.
Okay, well then, yeah, I'm going to quick say, Winston command repeat action on target so that he knows to keep attacking Fenris. That way I don't have to keep repeating myself. And then I'm going to fire again at him. And then,
Wait, you're shooting Winston?
I'm having Winston shoot Fenris, and I'm also shooting Fenris. We're both shooting at Fenris.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said repeat action on target, because he
Yeah, but
already
then you
shot
said-
Fenris.
But then you're saying shooting him. Fenris isn't a him?
Mhm.
I'm just saying use proper pronouns.
I'm being very bad at these pronouns, and I deeply apologize for
It's a
that.
quick change,
So-
DM. Let us get used to it.
So,
You're good.
okay.
That
You're
was
good. I'm just making
quickest
fun.
transition anyone's ever made. Like,
Go for it.
mhm.
Okay,
Fire
so
when
that's-
ready. Ooh, a 20's going to hit.
All right,
Mhm.
and then let's see, revolver.
Come on, come on, come on.
Pow.
Numbers.
Bullet number 2.
Oh,
Oh,
still, first one's more.
You didn't do it as the bullet number 2.
Oh wait, oh, did I
That's
do the
not-
wrong thing?
That's not bullet number 2. That's not
Oh.
chamber. That's no chamber.
Yep.
You got to do chamber 2.
How about that?
Oh,
Yeah.
Is that it?
Nice.
Yeah.
damn, bro, that's a lot of damage.
dude.
Yeah,
The
you
roulette
roll it, huh?
revolver is no fucking joke. Like,
No.
You don't want to be on the receiving end of
Never.
this bad boy.
Do you want to know something?
Hmm?
That was just enough damage to knock me out.
so in that case, Naval, how do you put Fenris out of their misery?
All right, so this is the first ever time in a combat situation I've ever used this gun, right? I've been excited and hyped for so long. I am going to just, I click it back. I'm just gonna line up my shot, and I'm just gonna be like, sorry, friend. And then I pull the trigger, and it just fires. I imagine because it's the fire chamber, the bullet becomes surrounded in flames as it goes straight towards Fenris. And I aimed for the skull. I'm aiming for the skull, bud. And it's just gonna go right through. And same thing with Winston's shot. It's well, okay. So my shot went for his head, and Winston's shot went for his chest. So in both areas, just like just through both.
So, as the Winston cannon shot hits your chest and you kind of like recoil back a little bit, you can see like in Naval's eyes regret about this whole situation. But as that chambered bullets engraved in a fiery rune pierces your flesh into your mind, there is a brief instant when you are yourself and you are free before you are
And
dead.
and there's smoke coming out of the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
So. All right. That's my action and my bonus action, so that's my turn. So.
Okay. As as Fenris's back of their head is just a gaping hole. The front of the head, just a small pierce. They are still a drow, even in death. And the ice wraiths, seeing that the threat is seemingly done, turn around to try to provide aid for the forge matron. But when looking at her, now that everybody has a second, the 2 wounds that were made by the shadowy dagger are still covered in shadow and are growing and seem to be consuming her.
Okay. Is Dianar's gonna run over to Fenris and also glancing over to the forge matron? Can I tell at a glance if she's dead and being consumed or alive and being consumed?
Give me a perception check.
19.
You would guess that she is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Because you would think that something consuming like that would be causing some sort of pain, and there's no reaction from her body.
Okay. Yeah. If I get that, then.
And you tried to heal,
Mm-hmm.
and nothing seemed to have been. It didn't seem to have any effect.
Okay. Yeah, just a quick glance, run over to Fenris, and just try to start taking that armor off. I'm gonna try
I'll
and see if there's
assist.
anything I can do, if it'll change Fenris back or do anything at all.
Sure.
I'll assist Thynar in trying to get the armor off of him and get the dagger off of him.
So the dagger is gone. As soon as Fenris went down, the dagger of shadow went with him. As you are taking the armor off, even with a body not fighting against it, that's not a quick process. That is still a good 3 to 5 minute process, even with help. That no armor's ever easy to get in and out of.
Mm-hmm.
When the last piece of armor comes off of Fenris is still a drow and still female.
Yeah, while we're doing that, Kappa, Naval, we need to do something here. Why did you shoot him in the face? We could have tried to knock. Ugh.
Well,
So yeah, and why you say that, he's still kind of just in that position with the gun, and he's kind of just slowly lowering it, and he's just kind of looking down, and like at this point, he's really not that responsive because he's kind of shaking because he just had to shoot his friend in the head. So you might have to do a little bit more if you want like a reaction out of it, because he's just like he's a bit shaken.
all right. I guess
Kappa.
I'll go. I'll go for the full revivify meat.
Okay. You can certainly try.
I pull out a piece of direwolf.
Okay.
All right. What am I rolling?
It's gonna be a medicine check.
What does this do?
19. You'll see if it works.
Well, should we be binding him if he's going to pop back up and still be a drow under the Spider Queen's control?
Well,
Try it.
sure. Bind him.
Yep.
All
While I
right.
prepare this meat.
Start tying, binding arms and legs
Yeah, I've got
on.
some rope. I'm gonna help.
Okay. Just as a real quick here, before I say the results of your medicine check, you did just gain an ability today, where on medicine check you can choose to have advantage. I know it's new. Do you want to stick with a 19? It's new, so I'm giving you the. I'm just
Forgot
reminding
about
you.
the heal.
You are trying to do something with healing.
Yeah, I just
Do you want to
remembered
keep the 19, or do you want to try with? Do you want to try rolling again to see if you get higher?
that.
I mean,
Well, I mean, why wouldn't I? I don't know how.
it's an
You know,
advantage.
It's new,
Yeah.
which is why I'm even saying
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's new.
considering with Kappa, like he's going to be like, I don't know. Yeah, I would have done it, so I'm not going to retcon it. So I will.
Okay.
All right.
Roll again.
Ooh.
21.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you are cutting a piece of the direwolf meat and really kind of taking it slow, like not your normal just cut. You're really focusing on the restorative properties, on that familiar connection that the same feeling of when you made the meat for Thynar. really trying to focus on that. And as you're slowly cutting, the other, the other two are binding in rope. Um, I would say, which one of you is leading? Which one of you doing the rope is leading that? Because the other one's going to assist. I'm going to need a dexterity check.
I think I was assisting.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I stated I was going to do it first.
Then
Yeah.
Marcel, if you would please give me a dexterity check.
All right.
$17.
You have advantage with because you're being assisted.
Hmm.
That's what shift?
Shift.
Yes.
Shift click. Yeah, shift.
Okay.
Hold shift and click. That's how you do advantage.
Okay.
Hey.
21. We'll take it. Okay. So, Marcel, you're feeling really good about your knots. You read a book somewhere on knots. You're fairly certain that you could rewrite the book on knots and improve the book on knots that you read about on knots some time ago. You're fairly certain you can have the Frayed Knots 2.0 as a book and sell that shit. You are boom. You were probably a sailor in a past life. You're
I'm
fairly confident.
adding that to my to-do list. Tying knots. Okay.
Creating the book.
That's right. Kappa, as you finish cutting that meat and putting forth your meditative like state and trying to get that same magic imbuing into you, into that piece of meat. You suffer 3 points of exhaustion as energy from you gets put into the piece of direwolf that smells amazing to everybody in this room. So you have disadvantage on ability checks. Your speed is halved. You have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. What do you do? Got a piece of meat?
Well, I don't feel great about it, but I'll still, I guess, muster as much strength as I can. Am I still able to try to feed it to him? Or,
You can certainly try.
uh,
Keep in mind, you are 3 points. You are like
I don't
been
see
partying for 72 hours and forgot to take your line of cocaine, so you're coming down really hard. Just
So what were
exhausted.
they again? Because like I have it down, but it's not listing what my.
So 3 points is you have disadvantage on ability checks.
Uh-huh.
Your speed is halved.
Okay.
You have disadvantage on attack rolls, and saving throws. So basically, everything's a disadvantage from here on out, and your speed is halved.
Okay. Finer, can you
Hey,
feed it to him? I am.
Of course.
I just slump over and just kind of breathe heavily.
Take it easy. I'm gonna take the meat and start cutting it up, trying to, and getting it into her mouth.
Okay.
And down.
I need you to give me a medicine check.
I just remembered I will, with my other hand, place a hand on my chest and cast guidance because I never use it.
Ah, a little
to add
prayer.
a D4.
A little prayer.
All right, medicine check. And then 20.
Okay. Let's see here. No, I don't like that one. Well, there we go. There we go. The frosted dice that you guys can't even see will determine his fate. Her fate. Their
Nah.
fate.
Fate.
Okay. As you feed the cooked dire wolf meat into her mouth, and as you're basically forcing it down, pushing hard against the throat. That's the only thing you know to do. Like, the one shitty thing about Kappa's ability is it has to be consumed, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the kicker, is it has to be consumed.
It's a little awkward.
Hard to make a
It
dead
is-
person eat.
It is extremely awkward.
It worked once.
But as you get the last piece of meat down their throat, doesn't seem like anything's taking effect. 10 seconds. A minute.
Kappa.
Give me a perception check, Thenar.
$12.
You see there's no longer a hole in the front of the skull.
Oh. Kappa. Guys, do you see that?
I see the floor.
Look at her head.
Heal?
I'll go over and investigate.
Their head is a solid head again.
Heal?
Listen for breathing.
There's no breathing.
Ah.
The body has been repaired, but
Any ideas? Is there can we find there's no forge maiden that's gonna want this, is there?
No, they're gonna use that diamond.
I mean, he or she has diamonds on her, right?
But they won't do it though. Out of desperation, I will just, even though at disadvantage, I'll just throw a healing word at her. just, you know.
Mm-hmm.
what is your word of healing that you yell? Or quietly whisper? I don't know how an exhausted turtle would try to heal somebody. So, what is it that you do? What is your healing word?
Ooh. Does it have to be a word or can it be a phrase?
Could be phrase. I'll let a phrase. Phrases are cool.
Live to eat again.
Such a Kappa thing to say. I love it.
Fenris.
Yes.
Do you have an idea for your new character?
Oh.
I do.
Throw it away.
Oh. Oh shit.
Live to eat another day. So to me, that's not everybody knows when to use or how to use a mercy token. So I asked Kappa behind the scenes if he was willing to burn his mercy token for a chance of his healing word to have meaning. And he said yes. So I gave it a 75% chance of failure. And I still rolled a natural motherfucking 20. I can't kill this fucking rogue!
Oh, it's too much. I love
As Finretta,
it.
you are conscious, completely encased in rope, basically naked. You've got no armor on, no weapons, but no voices in your head either. But you're still female, still a drow. And that's where we'll end tonight's episode of Rime of the Frostmaiden.
Wow.
With somehow this party killing the leadership of the Battlehammer clan and reducing it to ruin.
Great.
And just saving the person that accomplished all of that.
Single-handedly, basically, yeah. Yep. So, next game should be great.
As the ice wraiths just turn around and kill us all now. But that was impressive, Kappa. Really. Kudos to you. Yay.
Wow.
Doesn't always work though.
No, and now you've poor Kappa.
Yeah, I'm
3 points of exhaustion and
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's got to be a side effect for having a strong ability like that. Yep. And that's not a freebie recipe. That doesn't count.
Oh no, I'm not.
We could have just left.
Wow. Could have just left. Didn't have to read the book.
God dang it.
So many
Well.
things could have gone differently.
But hey,
Had to go
that's
this way.
D&D. You know?
Mhm.
I mean, whew.
Wow.
What would I don't know
I
how
had
to
fun doing it, so
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know how to play a game where, the group doesn't go off the gosh darn rails. Wow. Okay. Well, let's go raid somebody. Let's see who's doing. Oh, this one's doing learning D&D. Let's go check them out. They're saying learning D&D. Let's go to We Too Are Venom. Apparently, I don't know. Their tag says learning D&D. That seems like a good thing to do. And we'll be back with Mythical Rollers later today because it's now Sunday for the Waterdeep Dragon Heist, where one of them has a dark entity stuck inside their soul, consuming them from the inside out, and they're trying to suck that out. I mean, all my games have some twist of... Yeah! All my games have some twist of fucked upness, so, come see us later today. Raid. Do 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 do.
Man.
Whew. Boom, and we're raiding, which means we're technically offline.